Right, so the first thing I want to do, I want to add go test some, because I researched this yesterday, I didn't really try. Because start to be slightly annoyed by the way the tests look. So look at this one. You have few format, package name, test name. Test name is good one, I think. Dots. So you have package name, test name. All right. So let's try to start to have a look. And you can also use this on the CI/CD pipelines, which seems to me pretty damn good as well. So it's in the long run just better. So let's install it. To run without installing, use go run. Okay, yeah, just install it. This is kind of going out of script. It's not what I wanted to do today. It's a different. I have a different call for today, but for now, let's just try. So how do you run it? Use any change core feature. User go test. So if I do now go test unit, test. Will it magically work or no? It's not working. Okay. Let's zoom a little bit. So it's not working. So I think you need to call the actual. What's it called? Called test sum. Oh, look at this. Okay. This is really, really, really good. But let's try to. Custom go test command. By default, go test runs the test using the command go test JSON. You can change the command with the position arguments -. You can change the test directory value by setting a test environment variable. Okay, this may be good for the integration test, honestly. Okay. Enable coverage. Okay. So first, let's see the different output with format. So if I do format, I think this is package name, test name. What's very empty? Okay. What I'm more concerned, I mean, already the colors helps, and but what if? Actually, can I do? Test docs. What is this? This is interesting. Just by using this can be interesting. So you can do standard quiet, standard verbose. Package name, print a line for each package. Which I like more. Oh, there is so many. This is nice and organized. Or I can do test name. All right, that's good. Because I have some flaky test. Okay. Let's see, I want to have more fail test. So, let me change one. Oroscam 99. Let's see how it looks like when it fails. So this is exactly what I want. I want a little bit better the format, but also want the arrows to be on the bottom because I don't want to scroll up each time. If I do test docs, how does it look like? Where is the failing one? What? It should have been failed. Hold on, what? Error, account ID, that's another one. Account emails. Huh? Let's. Okay, let me take another one. What's a better? Expected code 200, right? This cannot pass. If it passes, bad. So, okay, fantastic. Now, if I do test docs, okay, so the output is the same. What if I do package name? Package name. This is really good to see which package is not being tested, which is very, very short. This is way more verbose. And test name. Maybe just like package name for now. Let's try dots. It's a weird output, huh? Okay, let's use package name for now. Good. Now I need to map them with the current test I have. If I do this, right? Can I do verbose from here? Let me see. This one is also interesting. Watch Go files and run tests when a file is modified. Format dots to. Oh, dots v2. What is this? This is interesting, huh? But it's still weird in output. Anyway, so what else? Let's try this one. Okay. Test new phone with GitHub action log group include. This is very interesting. I don't know why it's not been. Okay. Format icon. Is the Ibis the correct one? The default one, I mean. The format icon flag changes the icons used by package into the formats. You can set the and the default one is the default. It's written default. Okay. Octicons. Codicons. Okay. So I want to see if I do go test. Why it's not working? But if I got the semblance test using command blah blah blah. You can change the command with position argument. Oh, you know what? I think you need to run this entire thing. I think you need to do. Yeah. Skip integration test connection. Yeah, this is annoying. Maybe I remove the V. Thank you. Maybe I don't, in a test package, I can remove completely the tests. So let's try this. So the no summary. Okay. Test unit now is going to be, sorry, it's going to be this. And then we'll Okay, it kind of works. Oh, and it does the coverage as well. Done. Okay. Because if I remove the coverage, what's it gonna look like? Yeah, it's not covering. By the way, I don't want the coverage because I have a specific command, so I think it'll run a little bit faster without the coverage, right? And then, therefore, if let's group them like that. What do I do with integration? For now, I keep it like that it runs a specific package folder. Anyways, we're doing instead see if it works. Okay. Yeah, seems pretty cool. And so now this is going to be test all. Let's remove the coverage. And the no summary is the old one, and the default one we will take install and we include that integration. I don't see the integrations though. Oh, because I didn't change. So means it works, right? And here now the integration worked. One failed because of the flaky test. Okay. All looking good. You know, test coverage, we can keep it as it is. I'm pretty happy. Coverage. Yeah, I mean, let's keep it as it is. I'll do it. So let's see how it looks. The new test. No, I mean, pretty neat. All right, so let's do this. Go play. Nope, it's not something I need. Go mod diary. Something changed. Let me just put this for the test. I put it in my make file so I don't forget. Click start development. To use. Actually, I want to see if I in the init. Do I have an init? Yeah, let's do that. Fair enough. So installing for new this summary format. Good. Perfect. So with that out of the way, I want to close all the tabs and push. Okay. So what's the main objective of the today's stream? It's to first of all introduce for the new what I've done in these days, then introduce for the new step of the project, and I want, which is going to be the storage, and then I want to start to do some system design and architecture system design for this new project. So I want to show something very quickly that I've done within 2 days. Which is a pretty good permission system done with scopes. And I wasn't even expecting to do it yet. So, because I thought it would take too much time. But finally I said, why not? Let's just do it. So I did it. So finally I did it. And I'm going to show very quickly. Don't want to take too much time. I make a separate video about this. But yeah, so because I was stuck to have any usage done by a non-player, so an actual employee or admin or even another server, wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't, with the current system I had in place, I wouldn't be able to do anything without those permissions. So I thought out a permission system, and which is called, by the way, there is a name in the industry. It's not complete. It's not like it doesn't exist. It takes inspiration from how the Linux and other, even Windows, but Linux file system works, which is the typical, read, write, or well, it's execute, but or delete. Okay, you have read, write, or delete operations based on a specific item. In this case, the item is a service, then a resource, and you have these 3 actions. There's actually a 4th one, which is a wildcard star, which is pretty standard naming convention. Actually, let's do this very quick. So it show off what I mean in a nutshell. This has to be precisely here. Yeah. Or the star, right? So yeah, it's 4 really, but the 4th one means all of the other 3. This is what one scope would look like. Okay. This is the permission system in a nutshell. Well, it's not finished yet. This is at least just the scoping format. Then I divided the endpoint altogether. At the moment, I don't have the server, but I have the back office. So all normal players will go to the green one, which is the normal, shorter endpoint. Back office people, which are actually people who can be admin employees, should have their own account, and it's the blue endpoint, and it's prefixed with a blue. And the red one is going to be for servers. Now, internally, the blue and the red, and so the server and the back office are pretty much the same. I create a new table called admin account. They have an admin account. The only difference really, I may do something in database, but for now, no. It's just the endpoint call. So in reality, it's up to you. So to who the game developer that integrates with the client. When you are in the server, your game server, your game logic, your game client, to call these endpoints and not these ones. But there may be different operations that exist on the back office and not on the server, but many may be common. still are going to be separate endpoint just for analytics and to monitoring. So, but again, a common, like get an account, maybe probably just look the same. And so in theory, you could call it from here. For here, you had the same outcome, but it will be a mistake, right? So if you're calling from a dashboard, you need to use back office. I created documentation for this, accessible here. So I pretty much always explain how it works. And I may create a separate video how this thing works, but pretty much you have attached to an admin account permission. Sorry, before that you need to have permissions created in your database, and it's not hard coded, right? These are not strict rules. And service, it's going to be defined by an environment variable by each service. Okay. And I just thought to think, but and then the resources are coded. This is hard coded. Okay, but you need to create this beforehand. Then you need to assign at the moment only by database. There is no operation to do this. Create an account which has attached permissions. These are the permissions that account can have maximum. But then there is another system where you create an access token. You can request specific granular permission from the one a user has, no more than those. And the created account access token will be generated, will have those scopes attached. So I just show quickly how it looks like. So first, I created a login, actually multiple, in the demo data. If we look, I don't know why it's not finding the. It's weird. Okay. Anyways, so this is the new table: admin account, permissions, and on data, on the demo, I have created some permissions. Account, they need to have a normal account, permissions, and then I've created a new. Yeah, and the account permission, it's just a join pivot table between many-to-many to add my account and permissions. So I created 4 different admin accounts, which is root, admin, manager, employee, and they have a set of different permissions. Okay, so if you look at the manager, in our login normally, as you can see, also the login, it's separated. I create a different access token. This access token now, actually before that, I just show you with a normal user. This is a normal user. I can access my own data, but I cannot access someone else's data because this endpoint, as you can see, is prefixed with backoffice. It's protected and requires scopes. Actually, as you can see, the validation, it's even stopping before because it says invalid token. It does not even check the permissions. Because, as a matter of fact, this access token has 2 differences. First, is encoded with a different private key. Second, it does not even have the permissions in it. To access, and even if I log in with my manager, because of the access token, it's wrong. I can access my manager account, but not someone else's account. For that, you need a specific privileged access token, which is requested in a different endpoint, which is backoffice endpoint. And you can already see that this is kind of different. Actually, let me request it. It looks different already by the response. You can see the actual requested permissions. And I'll explain this in a moment. Now, and also this Postman script, it's different. This is just because otherwise I need to handle 2 different access accounts. It will be very, very difficult, annoying to change access token. So with this endpoint, I do, as usual, override the environment access token. By environment, I mean the Postman environment. I have access token, admin access token. With this other endpoint, I override the admin access token. So now I can request someone else's account, right? I logged in with the manager, but I can get account of this other guy, this other whatever account is. Now, if you see here, the permission, it's account and off. This is because I asked wildcard, meaning whatever I have with the read access, just give it to me, right? I could ask all permissions with this account. And at the moment, manager has account read write, off read write. Okay. Off will be used later on for login, create an access token for on a behalf of someone else. Why? Because maybe you have a server side that has an access token and has to create an access token of a player. It can do it with those permissions. So, you actually can see from a database perspective, it's a little bit clearer. These are all permission of the username manager. And indeed it has all of 4. Good. Now let's say I want to just request account resource. I can do this, right? And it's going to give me the account. And I can specify now the read. So ideally you want to create more fine-grained, and this is all done by some server logic, some application logic, okay? Right. Opa. Nice. So I specified, and now I can also do, give me everything of the identity account scope, and it gives me everything based on the wildcard. Now I have a special username, which is the root, and the root is, as a standard naming convention, is the the user with most privileges, is a super user and should almost never be used, pretty much like AWS works. Yes, override. So with this, what it means, 3 stars, right? 3 wildcard symbols. Give me all the access that my user has. And root, as I said, is a specific, and no one else should have this permission, has everything. Returns the exact same. What does this mean? It means that on the service, okay, if you go back here, on the service node, you can call it node or whatever, component or part of the scope, I got all the access, resource, all access, and any action. So now if I go request a more fine-grained one, it does, because it just gives me back whatever access I want to. The scopes, by the way, you can ask multiple. You can join them. First of all, you can join actions by a comma separated value. Write, delete. Right. It will remove duplicates. Now you don't see it, but when there is some logic that. Okay, no, actually no. If you request it, no, yeah, it needs a specific one, which makes sense. If I put a star, now it wouldn't make sense to do read, write, and star. It will remove everything else and just give me back the star. So there is some logic in it. Now, I asked this in this format, okay, but I can pipe more permissions, because maybe I want identity of, but just the read, and there you go. It gives me back the specific one. But since you can pipe different scopes, nothing stops you to make duplicate, because now I have identity account with read, write, and delete access, and then I repeat identity account read. So what it does, it will remove it will remove duplicates, but at the same time, it will join them. Let me explain. This now I could request the scope like that, and that's the best recommended way. But since you could write duplicates, because you never know what the user does, if that happens, then it joins the accesses into one. So this requesting the scope like that, or in this way, it's equal. Okay, it's equal. It's the same thing. So I'm requesting piped scope, and this is not really a functionality. It's just because the user, you don't know how you're gonna use it. I could throw an error, but it's just easier this way. So the best way really to use it is that you use one per service and resource, and then comma separate the actions you want. But then the pipe is for actual different service and resource. So for example, I have storage, config, read, leaderboard, board, write and read, for example. Okay. And that's about it. I don't want to talk more about this because there's a little bit more to say, but no, no, simply not. Okay. So next, since I done with this part and I wasn't expecting to do up until here, I found myself, okay, what do I do now? And then what do I do next, right? So this is done. Yes, sure, the authentication method are not implemented, right? The PlayStation, the Steam methods are not implemented yet, but this is not something we want at the moment. It's just going to be different endpoints, but this is done. So the GameHangar identity, it's there. It's the global service. Now I can start to think about the GameHangar service, okay, which is the one that you will deploy per game. It should have a separate database, separate deployment, possibly even a separate cloud account. The next logic for me, it's create a storage. So I was looking at ways to do this, and today I want to do it different because, well, I have created a base, so a very, very strong base already. By the way, all this functionality for the permission, they should be able to be used by other services because it's all done in a package, except of course the creation of the account, of the access token, that's only the identity. Anyways, I think I want to create it more simpler, and also I want to actually start from the documentation. So I want to actually start to write documentation with this. And maybe I'll call this storage already. Actually, before move this, I need to create a branch. And I have pretty solid, not solid. I have a conversation with AI because I did a bit of brainstorming about this beforehand, so I have an idea what to do, and I had an idea. So the idea is mine, by the way. I did some research of what exists on the market for. So what do I need? I need a cloud save, which is the storage. Multiple services exist. So there's Ubisoft, Unity Cloud Save, for example. There's this one, right? There is. Let me check my notes. There's also other notes. I have notes all over the places. Now I need to gather them before move on. If I have some brainstorming. Of course, there is AWS S3. So pretty much I have to recreate AWS S3, but a moment. Yeah, so there is the Epic Game Store service. Yes. So cloud saves, but this is bit was not really well explained, to be honest. I think the Unity shows that your player data, game data. Oh, I didn't think of game data, but this actually we'll see that this does not matter yet. I mean, maybe in terms of documentation, but in a server it could be. So anyway, I need a database. Overall, it's going to be a database. Like from the client point of view, it's like connected to a database in a way, right? With HTTP accessible via HTTP. Okay, and it's going to be an object storage, very similar to S3. I want to create an interface that initially, so that then my actual implementation is going to be similar. Not similar. Actually, I want to do it the way I want, but I want that by doing an interface first, you can switch for another database later, and I want to make sure that it's easy to switch to Amazon AWS S3, because pretty much this is the first this is indeed a cloud object storage, and normally people would just lean to use S3, but it costs a lot of money, especially like it's not free, right? But probably one of the best solutions if you need to scale up is S3. So if I make an interface first, right, and I want to make like you save an object, delete. Actually, I wrote this somewhere, or maybe it was with a conversation with the AI. Maybe I say save. Well, it doesn't matter now. So there's going to be few operations like the save, get, actually load, delete, and list. And in the S3 naming convention, it's put, get, delete, right? And I don't want to use put just because it's a game, because this is going to be a game backend. So I want to have naming convention more similar to a game. So it's save, you load. Good. And actually need to, so I want to start to make a diagram first, then I write the documentation, and then start to write the actual code for this. And just a second. All right. Okay, let's start to do this now. We can start to write the storage. So I can start to explain my idea. I put the chart. Let me just write what I wrote, because I have some cool ideas for this, So it's going to be a key pair storage. Yep. Let's make them large. Key. Oh, hold on. Key value, no key pair. Key value storage. Okay, so this is object key value. Pretty much, right? And so if we do this, a group, Okay, so it's a key value storage. And it's going to be composed. Let's see if there is, I think I changed the schema later. So this is not the ultimate schema. Let's see if it's the latest one. Come on, what is it? I think we're almost near. It's the one with the version. Perfect. This is the latest schema that I was thinking for. So the ID is just we need to send a UID. We're gonna have an actual unique key. This is where the user, the client knows, right? We're gonna have the storage. Hold on, am I? Oh yeah. We're gonna have a storage and then the key. When the user asks for something, he does it like an S3, right? An S3, so the storage is like an S3 bucket. And then the key, it's another path. So it would look like, I think, because I'm not really prepared for this. I just had a brainstorming and chunk a lot of info. Hey, there you go. So this is going to be the format, right? And this is actually when I was brainstorming the idea of versioning. Actually, let's do it. Write it down so I have it. This is going to be, what the hell is that? Okay. Yeah, I don't know how it works. Community dev is waiting with a party of one. That's cool. Thanks. I don't know what to say. I have to say thank you, but anyway, carry on. If yeah, this is the path. The path for requesting your data. So this is going to be the storage, and this is the key. And it's similar to what S3 works, right? AWS S3. Hello, man. Good. How are you doing? I think you did the ride or something, right? I don't know how it works. I'm doing a design for my next step for the game development. It's a storage, like S3. But the idea is you can save your progress, have game configuration, your setting, and I'm taking inspiration from S3, even because it's one of the most reliable service right now. And so we have AWS S3. How it works? You call it bucket, and then you have your key. The key, it's a path like structure. There you go. And so, for example, it could have be bucket, my bucket, and then you have, let me think, you can make something like that, actually. Is a good, yeah. So you can even make, this is going to be like a path. This is actually a key, like a date. This is very common. For backups, for example, but for anything. And so what then S3 does, it shows like a path, like a file structure, right, where everything is going to be like a folder structure, and then you have your file, right? And then you have, actually, let's my file 1, 2, and 3, right? Thanks to this one, you can do this logic. Actually, oh, thank you so much, community dev. You too. I believe you're streaming as well. Oh, I don't know how it works. Let me just check. Okay, I'll check out your videos. I thought you were streaming right now. I don't know. As I said, I don't know exactly how the raid works. Actually, I was a bit afraid when there was the alert. Um, but I'll check that out later. Sounds cool. And so, yeah, you can create this, and you can see where this is going, right? You can have like now 2024, and then. But now this is already UI because I'm pretty sure. Well, I don't know how S3 develop, but why? So I can do the same, right? And then the path is nothing more than a string. So if you're going to my naming convention, but it just doesn't matter. I just want to call it, instead of bucket, storage. It doesn't matter. The bucket is just a namespace, and this is going to be an actual key. And I'm going to use Postgres for this. And then the key is indexed. Let me go to see so the key is going to be, the key is indexed by the storage, and it's going to be a version I'll talk version about later in a moment. So the query is going to look like this, like where storage spam, like inventory, and key. So okay, because assuming this was the requested key, data from the storage, there's going to be a logic where say, okay, the first part, it's implicitly the storage, and this is the actual key. And then you can do also like the listing, like it's been done here, right? And then I believe you do in MySQL like this, and then you can do, okay, give me all the special that this user has, right? And then you can do something like this. No, and I kind of forgot the syntax. Okay, so this is the listing, and then from the view, it just it looks like it's an actual hierarchy, but it's really not. It's in reality, it's a side of the storage. The storage is an hierarchy because it's namespace, but the key, it's not a real. There's no real hierarchy there. It's just how you present it. Good. Anyways, so I want to start, so I need to have a bit, because I did this brainstorming a few hours ago. I need to remember what I was thinking. And that's why I do brainstorming before I forget. Good. This is going to be a key path, key value, storage. As I said, I'm going to have storage as a name convention. This may look deep. It's not really. Let's talk about the key actually. We talk about the key here, so I just want to make sure. Key composition from the point of view of the user. So let's do this. The key composition, right? It's gonna have storage and then the actual key. Perfect. So as an example, this may look this. We are talking about the same thing, but it's really not. You could have inventory. Actually, the key, let's make a different color. Let's make this. Looks cool. Inventory, it's blue. And the key is going to be, well, the one I had here, toolbelt items, for example, right? And this for my backend, we don't care about the key. It's written items.json, which by human we think, okay, yes, looks like a JSON file. It is, probably it is. It may not be. But from my perspective, just looking at the key, I'm not going to parse it. I don't care, okay? I really don't care. So we look something like that. And then, but then I could have I can have coins. I don't know. I'm just making this shit up right now. And positions, right? And then maybe in a toolbar you have another kind of branch. Let's call it items. Normal. Just call it normal. I don't know. I'm just making this shit up. And so all of these are namespace in the inventory. And the namespace or the storage is done by the game developer, by the game client. As a backend, I don't care. It's just a string, right? I don't care about this. It just will happen. So you can call it whatever. You can call it penguin. You can call it cheesecake. It doesn't really matter. It's a string. For you, that you will develop the video game. For you, has to matter something, I hope. It can be even a random string, as a matter of fact. But the idea of this key storage in S3, that you need to know the key beforehand, in most cases. There may be exception where you could list, but yeah, it doesn't matter. So this will automatically create I need to do a bit of let me do this here and then I copy paste, because otherwise maybe I'm just gonna use this, right? But I changed the name I gave there. Okay, let's do this. Let's say inventory. And then tool belt special items. Yep. And here I called it coins. And then positions, and then items. Okay. And then I call, and this was in normal. And maybe I have the same, right? Because whatever. I don't know, something like that, right? The important here is that, and maybe I don't have a toolbar. I mean, not only a toolbar, what do you have? Backpack, no? Backpack, perfect. Something like that. So we create yeah, it doesn't look like I wanted to, but if I remove this, that's okay. That's okay, good. And then hierarchy like structure. So we generate something like that. Good. So this idea of the storage and key name convention. Let me just as an idea, right? And then I'll do get inventory API v1 objects, right? So this is going to be the path example. Let me just give and here the actual name, because if I don't do this, it may look like the actual path of the application is this long. It's not. Okay. Yeah, I can do, and then I write API. Perfect. So now it's just a brainstorm. Good. Now, what's cool though, I had an idea. It's the versioning, because I had an idea to make the version of this. So we could even, and I don't want to make anything complicated like S3. It would take me ages. And I want to make it implicit, where when you, so you have your current storage, right? Or your current save. Actually, let's make one. Because before go to inventory, probably is also like the save. And by the way, it's going to be always binary data. And I'm going to attach the content, the content, it's written here, the content type. So the maximum when I return is the content type. So, yeah, okay, it's fine. Let's forget about this. No, actually, this is okay. The save, maybe I call it level. Let me think. Levels 1, and then the date, no? Date, time, and then we call it bin because this would be a binary, I believe, right? For a data, for an actual game, probably saving some binary. It's saved in binary. Let's put the API here on the side. Perfect. Tuk. Tuk. Look, and then here I want to make another one saying that this is okay. And here instead is going to be binary. So for example, if you don't want to touch the content type, probably just want to, at the return, you can just return a text. But this is like the HTTP response. You don't touch the data at all. Because I don't care that it's a JSON or binary. I'm just going to have the content type and on the response, set the content type to the header. That's it. But this is the idea, right? You can do save, inventory, something like this. Let's now go to the versioning. How I thought about the versioning. Since I don't want the version to grow infinitely, I want to have by environment variable a set amount of maximum versioning, which could be 3. And again, the version is not done automatically. You need to call, because when you get a current save, for example, or your current inventory, it's always going to be the latest one. And when I save, it's always going to be the latest one, the current. When I do, say, make a version, I will create a duplicate of the current data and put that in a key called with a version. Because I didn't say one thing. Here there's actually another component secretly that the client doesn't know it's composed like that. Snorky doesn't know. He has some knowledge, but not too much. And make it orange. So the real key internally is there's another one. It's called the version. But the version that the client knows and the database knows, you will see is different. Now, here there is another endpoint type. Going to be a number. So since I want to allow by n variable max 3 version per storage key per object, right? Per object. Any of this is one object, right? Namespace and everything. Name is namespace and user based. So by environment variable and max 3 version object. Since I only have 3, let's do this. Let's make an object. This is an object, okay? Oh no, I wrote it. This is an object. Okay, in a database, this defines an object. And it may look like this. Save level 01 state binary, right? I don't know, something like this. But then it's going to be another component, which is the version, which is version 0. So that's the main latest. It's meant to be the latest version. When I say create me a new version explicitly, I create a copy of this and I'm gonna call it, I'm gonna make version it 1. And then I carry on, I keep saving my thing, and this is unmutable. Unmutable. How do you write this? Unmutable? Is it correct? Unmutable. 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 Yeah. This is unmutable, by the way. Okay. Theoretically, this also is unmutable, but okay. This is going to be unmutable. And can I make an arrow of side? Yes. All right. Unmutable. Okay. And then when I go and request another, sometime past, you know, like I want to create another version, this is all game logic. It's up to you to do it. You may not need it. I create a different version. And then I carry on and I say, okay, now I create a third version. But since I have a rule here that applies. Okay, that I can do only 3. If the third, this is like in case first 3 version backup are created. Okay. Now let's see what happens if I create 3 new ones. 3 new versions are created. Maybe I need to do this a little bit differently. It's not really displayed very well. Okay, let's do. I need to do this a bit better. It's gonna be annoying, but first, time object creation. Okay. I want to do something like that. Okay. Next. That's saying version requested 1. So the first time we create a version, we're gonna say, oh, okay, we need a version. So let's do a mini this. Yep. We're gonna create a new one. Call it copy, a dump, it doesn't matter. Third. Okay, fourth step. So we will enter this scenario at the fourth step when we request for a third time a version. Okay. Now, the magic kind of happens at the fifth step, because again, I have the rule. I have this rule set. That you can maximum have for 4 versions. So what it's gonna do at the fifth, well, at the fourth request. Oh, I forgot one thing. Here I need to name it number 2. Here we're gonna have number 2. Here number 3. The number 1 is going to be deleted. And a fourth one is created. I think making all these things is taking me much longer to explain this. But okay, and so the stage will look like this. Can I just... This become 2, 3, 4. This become 3, 4, 5. Imagine now, after 1000th versioning, right? You have like 1001, 1002, 1003. And so that in reality, you're always gonna have one latest version, which is number 0, and 3 copy, because I'm saying I want maximum 3. But from the point of view of the client, I'm always going to request version 1, 2, or 3, or 0. And the logic on the database will say, okay, give me your first of in the current database, and it's going to be the number by cardinal position of the current versions. So sure, this is the version 1001, 1002, 1003, but when I'm requesting this, I am given either version 1, 2, or 3, because it's the third position or second position or first position. I think it's kind of difficult to explain it right now, but I think this is the idea. And one could replace, so not delete it. Maybe I could just do that, just have always 1, 2, 3. And I know the problem that if I do that, the problem if I do this, I keep the other 2, 3, and 4, I don't know easily which one is the latest, because yeah, I think so. I'll do this. In terms of database composition, we're gonna have two. Let's call this versioning, and I finish this part. Very confusing. And then I'm gonna do the database structure. Very simple. I'm gonna have 2 tables. So I want a bit of data normalization here. Metadata, the metadata, and the actual data. The data is going to be, let me see, I wrote it here in Postgres, a byte A. column data type. And the metadata will contain metadata stuff, right? So it's gonna create have the owner, right? Because I didn't talk about the owner. We're gonna have permissions. And the permission, I try to use this logic here, but I don't know if I can, but we'll see. We're gonna have content type. What else? What we discuss here? E-tag. Okay, the e-tag is another one big thing. E-tag, owner permission, and then we're gonna have custom metadata. And it's going to be JSON. I may regret about this, but it's fine. So it's going to be empty at the moment and not returned by default for a moment. So it's there, not there. The data should be simple. An object ID which references its metadata and the actual data, which is this column type. That's it. Easy peasy. Yeah. Because most operation are gonna read on the metadata and only return a certain type. On the let's do it green. Put data saved creation update. Just making sure I know, like, this is what I mean, right? This is why I'm doing this. Put save, right? On a put save, it's the part that has to be quite interesting. And the reason why I want to use this, I'm gonna create a lock on metadata table row. Okay, how you do this? Well, you'll do a select for update, and the key is very important. You need to get the unique key, which is going to be storage key version. What does this mean? If you do a select for update, you lock by the database the specific row, and the only way it knows the specific rows is by unique key. It could be this key, it could be this one. And so you lock, and you get the metadata. You're also gonna have an e-tag. So when I request, e-tag is an hash, okay? Me, I do request. So there's a user, client, not user, client. Update this object. I provide new data and e-tag. Okay. The client is gonna request this. Oh, I want to, update this data, and I have e-tag. You know what? E-tag, imagine, is a key. A key. Let's call it a pass. It's like a pass. It's an hash. I'm going to lock on the table. The first time, if I'm able to retrieve the row, means that exists and there is no one else waiting to update this row. If it doesn't exist, I need to create it the first time. If it's blocking, means that someone else at the moment, it's maybe the same client, it's trying to update, and that's the magic, right? So you lock it and make sure that no one can get it. But at the same time, it's not finished. And explain why about the e-tag. I need to check that the current metadata has that e-tag, that same e-tag there. If it's, let's assume it is. If it is, then it's going to do, let's do orange. Yeah, sure, orange. It's going to say it's going to do an update on this update data. No, we update. And this has to be in a DB transaction. Very, very important. This has to be in a DB transaction. Okay. And then finally you say update metadata. Okay. And finally you can do commit. The commit should be green. Why a very greenish green? Okay. Anything else is going to roll back. And the rollback has to be red. Very reddish red. And so you want to do a transaction for multiple reasons. One, to lock this data. Two, to roll back. So as you can see, we have two commit insert update operations. If I have an error here, then I can roll everything back. And so nothing changes. And if I commit, once I go out of the transaction, I unlock the next person, the next client waiting. Here's the catch. Imagine there are two people waiting. One of them, they will fight against this lock, but someone will get the lock finally. I have an e-tag. Possibly we have the same e-tag. At that moment, we have the same e-tag. Again, it's like a pass. I'm saving, I'm updating the data, I'm updating metadata, I commit, I go out of the transaction, and I do for my day. The next person waiting, it's finally getting the data from the database, because it's not locked or blocked. But once I get the e-tag, I'll see that it was being changed in here. E-tag update. Okay. And the e-tag is updated. So if there is a mismatch, it's going to error out. We're not even going to do these two operations, just out. Because imagine, and also I have maybe an old request. I could ask a very old e-tag, So it's just a way to make sure the data it's kind of atomic. We can make atomic operations, making sure that we don't update both same thing. All of this will work, especially if the data cannot be changed anywhere else except if we do a metadata lock with the transaction with select update. In theory, we can. But yeah, okay, that's about it. I think I created some graphs, very confusing, but it just was for me to prepare. Now, next. So next, what I want to do, I'm wasting so much time on this, so I want to create documentation. So I take a family expose and I create documentation about this. All right, cool. So let's start to write documentation. Okay. All right. So I create a branch, git checkout, call it storage. First storage implementation. I forgot the B flag. Okay. So for this one, I'm gonna change a little bit different tactics. I want to write first a bit of documentation. Okay. Let's create array. Let me copy the format, GameHangar storage. Then I'm gonna modify this anyway later on. But no, I want to do storage. Okay. I'll load it also on the main root or readme. Okay. So we have a storage documentation. And how it is going to be, I'll just doing some screenshots of this. And write, I kind of want to synthesize the conversation I had with ChatGPT, which it's really a brainstorm with the idea I had, some question, and how to do certain things. Let's remove this. So we actually can do the screenshot already. So let's start to work on it. Let me rename storage main big. I don't know, just something like that. Count. Then I want to move this. Perfect. So see, this should look like that already. Perfect. Note documentation under construction. Construction emoji. Just a sec. Because I like emoji. Emoji are good. Perfect. So let me just go step by step to see my first implementation. Well, the GameHangar storage is an object storage system. The main and first implementation is done using PostgreSQL and follows a similar pattern to Amazon S3. However, it has been developed within using an interface. So, and the idea is to possibly switch to another implementation backed by actually possibly you can switch the reason is not that using S3 by default are many. Let's use reasons. What? Avoid totally co-op with S3. Avoid high S3 costs. Even a get object has its cost. Anyways, that was a thing. I wanted to write it down. It's written, so I don't have to think about this anymore. Concept. Storage. Main in namespace of objects. Think of as a bucket. Okay. Yeah. That's a moment. Okay. Within store in binary. You define the content type. Okay. Go to the base schema. Docs. Okay. Conditional write, transaction locking, atomic operation on object save. I'm gonna so this is for especially meant for developers. For now, these are just notes and then will be subject to change, but this is how it looks like, right? Yeah, something like that. It's not how it's going to be done because it's done from the Go code, but just put this as a reminder. Okay. The endpoints. The endpoints are going to copy from this for now. Actually, ownership as an owner. permissions. Okay. To see if I put any endpoints in here. These are all the stuff I'm not gonna use. I want to put this for later. No, these are just nodes and placeholder for now. I'm gonna write this again, just repeat, make sure it's understood that it's just these keys are pretty interesting. The AI provides, and I don't want to forget to add this to different conversations. There you go. Okay. Okay. Is it for or say? Okay. I think I want to make sure that. Okay. Perfect. Load. Bosh. The load will look like BaaS. Okay. Delete. And list. Just checking very quick what I have. Okay, here's where I want to save the database tables. SQL, yep. Gonna create this in a moment. So here I want to change a bit though. First of all, this goes together. Actually, this is not going to be the latest. Okay, I had another. Because the first time when you talk about the version, I didn't like what I had a conversation, and I said, okay, now I had a new idea for the version, and this is the one I explained a moment ago. Okay. Can I format this? It's fine. Now one singular object metadata, object data. It's better is okay. I'll just quickly go to the demo. The default database schema. Account ID. Okay. So the account ID is going to be this UID, but it's not going to reference anything. The permissions, for now we keep it as they are. Here's the question, do I call it owner? Or should I call it account ID? Let's call it account ID, because account ID in the GameHangar has a meaning, which is the owner, the player, right? So yeah. Just want to use the same way this. See, I'm thinking if the ID should be I don't care. Let me get this as it is, like that, right? For performance reasons, I will just search later if. So this one is gonna be ID as well, and it's going to be a big int. Let's just use this format, and it's going to be the ID. Hold on. Oh, fuck, what am I doing? It's like metadata edition. I'm thinking one thing. I need to ask the AI. Here, I'm asking here. Remove all of this. In PostgreSQL, how can I create a new schema? Then call that schema. I want that new schema to be called storage. What is the advantage to create a different schema? Why not just use a different database and instead have tables on the public? Why not have a different table called schema table name rather than schema table name? Which one of these three versions is better and more efficient? So I'm thinking, since this is going to be the entire database of GameHangar, to at least, because what you can do is say, I want to say storage, and then this, and then the actual table, and this, no? I mean, maybe it's cleaner if I do this. Actual schema, which I'm not super familiar with schema. So it's kind of, I imagine it's separated. Good question. Postgre database schema and table name prefix and solve different problems. Short answer. Different databases. Best for strong separation between applications, user, backups, permissions, and sometimes performance isolation. Different schema. Best for organizing related objects inside the same databases and for multi-tenant modular. Prefixing tables names like schema works for simple name, but it's just a naming convention, not a real structural security. In most cases, schemas are better than prefixing names, and databases are only better when we truly need isolation. Why use different schema instead of a different database? A schema is like a folder inside a database. Example: logic organization, avoids name conflicts, eases permission, works in transaction, easy to manage in a multiple database. Yeah, let's do this. And so, do we want to call it metadata? I just want to call it, that's the point. I just want to call this metadata. That's the reason why I want to isolate this storage object, right? And so then I can do storage metadata, like a short name. Perfect. Critical indexes, don't skip this. Fast lookup for version. When creating an index, But because I want to create also indexes. I want to make sure that, because I'm not very familiar with the schemas, to be honest. No, as written assembly is not correct. The storage is the schema name. There is. Of course, storage has a column named storage, but it got grab made a good that we have a storage. It may be. I mean, the AI got confused by this. This is usually, if you frankly could like, yeah, in this is what I want to do, but at least filter by storage first. Indeed. Make too many assumptions. I just answer my question. Likely better option. If you make all this to speed up lookup for latest row wherever, then you index is if you mostly search. If you mostly search by storage and only want rows where so. Let's do this. So index metadata. So this is, I want to make comments. Then I want to yeah. It is looking pretty good. Here I don't need any index, but I will do this. I don't want an update. It's better to have a create update. It's always better to have a created update, right? Yeah, it's always better to have a create an update here as well. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's describe a bit of versioning. Key value object storage. Versioning. In order, this is a agnostic storage, where by a key I allow time this, let's call it this namespace, man. I changed my idea. No, so fine. At the same time, you can have your own namespace. If you need a game, if you need game specific setting, Just fill in this. Yeah, let's just leave it as it is. And I think for now, the documentation is not, it's more than enough. Actually, I just want to add the screenshots. Path like system. This is similar to S3. Just gonna screenshot this. um, Perfect. So for now, I'm actually happy. For this, I need to speed up the process. Let me push this stuff and I'll take a little pause and then carry on with the actual start to make implementation. And hopefully won't take too much time. Okay, see ya. Damn it, I just realized one thing. In all of this, I miss one important aspect. I forgot that we have also the profile. So the real player, it's not the account, because the account is a global thing. It's a profile. So how am I going to do this? What was my initial thought process about this? So this was the initial process. Now we have an account and account ID, and this is global. For each game, you're gonna have a profile. So this is going to be, in theory, also different storage. Hold on a sec. This is even another one. It's the actual character. So at the storage level, on the actual game data, I'll need to work on a character. I kind of forgot about that. Hold on a second. How I need to think. Okay, yeah. I even have it here. So right. So I have there's something called profile character. I have the feeling I'm missing something here. How did I thought about this? So the profile character. Maybe I can't do the storage quite yet. So let me think. I just realized this. So for the game, it's a database, and I need a profile. Then a profile character, and I create a save. And you just may work with one. You don't have to have multiple. Probably most games would follow this pattern. But you still have to connect the profile with account ID. Now, in what I'm a bit stuck is in terms of access token. Let me think a moment. The profile. So the profile can have. You can create a table profile and it has an account ID. First question. Okay, so I can do that. It's the same logic as if in the second migration, I created an account, admin account, right? It has an account ID. It references the table account ID. In this case, we can't because the account table is in another database. It's in the identity database. It doesn't matter. It can be a loose foreign key. It just has to be a UUID. By the way, I just realized, is this not indexed? I have a question. In Postgres, are FQ references indexed? No. Oh shit. Why is not indexed automatically? Reference is parent. So that means here I am missing an index on account since I always only get the admin account by account ID. Opa, so it's good I just found a really huge bug, yes? Actually, oh, I just can create a unique key, right? Right, so I can do, I think this is enough actually, unique. I missed this. Yeah. I just missed that. That's a big. Here. Because let me just double check that what I'm saying it is correct. I don't know why I assume that. Let's go in the identity. Let me say I do the. Well, first of all, here doing. Well, this is the grants. I think. Well, admin account ID. Right here. Right here, the problem. Not only that. Actually, I maybe don't have any other select within an admin account, but still, there's a huge problem. What about this one? Primary key admin account permission ID. Nope, this is okay. Unique. Added missing unique key. Before move on that one, I want to check one thing. Let me split this. CD project GameHangar. Make Postgres. I just want to jump into a shell very quick. Drop database identity. Am I using the service right now? It's been accessed by other user. There's one session using your database. Oh, I think it's this. Let's close it a moment. Can I stop it? Deactivate. There you go. I think that is the problem. Yep. Drop database identity test. Make migrate identity up. Make migrate demo up. Perfect, it works then. Make migrate test identity up. Make migrate test demo up. Okay. Yeah, it looks good. Just commit it. Just don't want to get status. Okay. Good catch, good catch. So let's go back to the thought process. So in terms of database, I'm not too concerned because this is gonna look, the profile can look as simple as that. It's just like a reference table with the account ID and no references anything. This is the profile. And once I get with the JWT token, let's open the JWT token that I have right now. This is the format. I have the account ID. I don't want to use the credential at all because the credential is not even nothing to do. Yeah, no, nothing to do. As a matter of fact, it may look a combination of admin account and account because I do want a username. Only username, not the email. Only username. Now, let's check one thing. Anyways, I'm losing my mind. That's the profile. But at the moment, okay, in the access up until that moment, I don't have an account ID in the access token. So since it's really one-to-one by game, I can create no problem the profile and I can create no problem the profile and even reference it because if you look at it, so it's one-to-one and this is a separate database. So if forget all the database, well, it's one-to-many, but from this point of view, it's one-to-one relation. You don't know that you have all the profiles. It's game space. It's database based. It's profile. Now, from there, how do I know which character? I think I'm going slowly into it. Hold on a second. If I have access to the profile thanks to the profile is just an alias of your account in a way, right? It could even, yeah, I think I'm getting where that was my logic. Then I need to create a pivot table. Do I need to create a pivot table? No, I don't need to create a pivot table, man. Yeah, exactly. So I need to create a table like this for the profile, and the character is going to be have the profile ID. It will reference the database. which is going to be in the schema profile. Then is going to be a one-to-many relationship, and you need to have an index on the profile ID, and that's going to be character. Character is another UUID, I think. Maybe to make things simple. And then so now then we have this in the character we have the storage. But when anything really game related, we actually get into it. So that could be a foreign key to the character. So the profile, I want to make just a small little. So from a brainstorming, because this stuff, having it having this stuff actually what I'm doing, I'm already having it sent. So the profile, it's nothing more than a pivoting table on a large scale, on a distributed database and a distributed system. The profile is nothing more than a pointer to your original global account. And then you can have characters. Profile does not even have a username. Character have a username. And it could be the username of the character unique. So, okay. Damn it. So I think I need to work a bit on this. I need to create the profile system. So it's not gonna be the storage yet. I don't really need the profile character, I think. But it's okay, you have to keep it conceptually. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Okay. I'm pushing this stuff. Let me see if I have anything to commit. Git status. Nothing to commit. Alright, let's merge this for now. Yep. Compare it. So storage architecture requirements apply. Oops. Anyway, label. I think this is just documentation. Huh? I wanted to start to put user labels on the PRs. You never know. I will thank myself in the future. So very quickly, check main, get pull. Good, I got this on time. Let me pull again, just in case, you never know. Now git checkout profile, create in-game hangar and profile server up main. Okay, let's push the branch so we don't have to do it later. Okay, now anyway, what I wanted to say was this. The either start with a storage or a profile had something in common, which is the fact that I need a new service, right? And I think this is going to be the actual real monolith that is going to live. This monolith, in theory, it's going to live alongside near the actual game. It's a different deployment, different database, different everything. Yeah. Completely forgot about the profile. So let's do it. Migrations. So I need to think how to do this. Identity. Do I need to replicate this each time? Migrator. Migrate identity. I may need to change this, but okay, in a moment I'll do it. Okay, so the monolith is going to be actually called Hangar. What identity needs? Let's start to create just a scaffolding. Need to have a run the go. Before carry on. Hangar. I need to think a way to. I need to check the environment that does nothing different than identity. It would be nice if the configuration somehow. Okay, so it's going to be easier between the identity and the hangar because I can easily, it's a different run method function, and the run function creates your own configs. It's a different actual process and different. It's going to be a different binary, different process, different everything. So it can start in isolation and can have its own path prefix, meaning I can use the same environment variable file, and since it has the prefix, it won't be bothered, and I could call it hangar, the other application, and they would work as if they were separate. Now, what is the problem here, though? It would be nice if forget what I just said. It's fine. For now, I use it exactly like this. Identity of. So this is going to be hangar. And here is going to be the resource. Yeah, let's not over-engineer. I'm over-engineering stuff in a way that is absolutely fucking insane already. I'm going to create a different database. Okay, perfect. Let's just do that then. GameHangar. Up prefix. Let's go. Hangar. Right. Then we're going to do this, just copy paste this. Log level info, it's going to be the first temporary thing. By the way, I want to, yeah, that's fine. And a prefix. And just because of this, it will automatically start to inject different things. The app container is wrong here, because indeed it's tried to import. Nope, it's not gonna be this one. Web. It's gonna look the same, huh? But for now, let's do this. Oh, do I have it committed here or not? Yeah. Right, and then here need Hangar main.go, and literally this is going to be as small as possible. Func main Hangar run server, and let's just see what happens if I do this. Indeed, starting server, unknown. By the way, if this is not locked when starting the server, I will add this. No. Right, it's not clear. What we're gonna do now is save this, and I'm going to say it's the hangar. I want to find a cool spaceship emoji. Just to call it. What do I do? This, the little alien, or the rocket? Let's make a rocket. It's more obvious, simple, but what to do? It's always a classic, right? So now we can run the hangar, no problem. What we have to do, we go to end example. I want to see that I didn't have anything. Okay, this is looking good. Okay. The hangar only needs the public key, by the way. Does not need the private. So I need to figure out how to do that without breaking apart. Database is gonna be a different database. Everything else looks the same. It has to look the same. So on this other browser, it's not a browser. In this other terminal, okay, I'm going to run repeatedly make update env file. Okay, and then launch the executable. Now, what we're gonna do is start to now we'll work on this hangar. Okay. on the up, we have few values. Identity hub is going to be Hangar. GameHangar. Let's do it in game. App version the same, commit the same. Oh, and I forgot the prefix. Obviously, is going to. We don't need the main.go anymore. It's going to be Hangar. So this already should do. I'll need to do just show once, and I don't. But this is gonna copy over the end variable, which is the actual. Oh yeah, it's done. Perfect. And we have already hooked up the new application with its own configuration. And I can, well, no, let's stop a moment. Perfect. Baby step, baby commits. Created cmd Hangar plus first run server. So I'm committing also the examples, right? Yes, there's a couple of that .n, but it's okay. Perfect. Next, let's think a bit about the container. This line can go already. Provide a repository. We don't have any. Opa. We don't have providers. This is a question. Do I need to do anything with the source? No. Sources don't need it. It's a concept for now that stays in identity application. Let's close the CMD. And the identity, I need a container. Sorry, int Hangar. Yeah, the first real thing I do is I need a container package. That could be up and remove the scope. Should I remove the scope, man? Let's delete the scope. No needed. Before I do this, I want to see, can I remove the container? So with db, fuera, I don't need this. Let's remove shit I don't need. And if I ever need to actually do that, I'll do that copy from the past commits. Make test. There's a flaky test. Okay. Let's do commits by commits. Every step. Removed scope inside container. Next, I want to do something which can be destructive, and that's what I want to do, commit by commit. So in case it's really breaking apart, I just revert the commit. I mean, yeah, I'll roll back everything. I want to move the container inside the first package name. Remove this package. Okay, it was not even the. There is a. Aha. Cycling import. Nope, cannot do this. Let's revert everything. That's why I want to commit step by step. There's a cycle import, so no. Roll back everything. I'll test on the side that it works. It does. Okay, forget. So never mind. We have to create a container. We'll do it here. Container package. And then a container.go file. Perfect. We are inside a container on Hangar. Here where we can define the interfaces, which at the moment we don't really need. But we can start, and maybe here I could remove, the naming. I want to try to remove. Yeah, let's try to remove this. Because we are inside the identity. So will it still work? Flaky test failed. By the way, I have 323 tests already, and they run in 1 second. That's fucking insane. It's a lot of tests. I want to run identity. Provider loaded too? What do you mean? A second now. What do you mean provider too? Select all from providers. Connect to identity. Just a second now. Right, I think it's because it's counting now. Initially, it was a flutter map. Now it's a map of string. So it's not gonna work this. Let's count them. Count var count int. Yep. Small detail, but it's annoying if you have, especially for logs, right? For monitoring. If you have a wrong, there we go. You might think you may lost time in the future just because there was a wrong number here. Let's commit this because it's nothing to do with the new commit of the Hangar package. Small improvement inside identity service. Perfect. Okay. So I'm pretty sure I will have something called type profile. So profile container. Profile is going to be my first app, modularized app for Hangar. Okay, it's going to be a monolith. So it's just better created. And then, so then we can do type Hangar container. This is going to be whole application. It's going to be an interface, which is going to, how do you call this? Yeah, embed DI container and profile container. We at the moment don't have any we could do this there, but it's fine. And actually let's do, because it's going to be database, just better have this It's the same convention. Nice, from the packaged Postgres. Now it's going to say type app container struct logger common logger connector is a pointer to Postgres connector. Then node repository node services, right? I want to delete this, by the way. It's useless. I think. Oh, let's skip it. Let's skip it. For no return nil. Okay, or yeah. This looks the same. Gonna do that in a moment. Because then we can use this logic exact as it is. Once on space, boom, this is gonna be look exactly the same. Provide a repository. We may need to do this. Load password role config, and I don't think we need this because it's relative to identity, but we may need to do this. Now this is going to error out. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, it's going to error out, but I need some logic here to I don't want to load private stuff. I'll look a little bit ugly. What can I do? How many? 2 usage. Okay. So the impact is not going to be to do load only public. I may even create 2 separate functions, I think that's the cleanest. Because you can add a boolean pretty much. But instead, I think I'll divide it. Next, here, I'll return a pointer to app container and only has these 2. What are the dependencies there? Right, because I have a nil here. That's why it gives me this error. So let's check a bit what we here do in the load dependencies factories. Let's be brave and do this here now. Not repositories. Services. Return. Yeah. So that's the minimum that we have so far. Let's make a space for later, add more stuff. Here we do the same. Here we need to add 2 implementations. We like that. Oh, perfect, yeah. Okay. For now, this will leave empty. Okay, so this is not too painful so far. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can just return this now. So it's more like a here an empty profile container interface. Oh, this is bad though. I meant actually to say interface. Okay. Then we have the Hangar container interface. Looking good. Then we have app container, which is minimum amount, the app dependencies, new app container. Looks exactly the same, but it's missing, well, all the factories and I need to fix the package certificates. CUDA production is the same. This is good enough. Perfect. So let's run the GameHangar. A little bit sleepy after food, after lunch. Yep, let's create a container. Now we're gonna start to have this where we don't know what to import from, but yeah. Life. We don't need to do anything Oh. Maybe we can already do this, you know? Let's try. Let's remove this. I don't move too much. We don't need the by the way, this is a what's necessary in this one? Let's remove this, man. Am I what let me do it in a moment. Will this work? Let's try to run Hangar. Okay, perfect. So I cannot start Postgres. And this is expected because I don't have environment variable set. Before do this, it's okay. Let's fix one thing at a time. I want to fix before I forget, the certificates. This will error out even before. Oh no, it's not. Oh, because there is defaults. So even more important to define disaster methods. Okay. Let's do this. Load private certs and load public. Okay. Looking for any word with private so I can obliterate them. So I'm doing something here with private, here, and again here. Okay. This is for the admin. Do we need the admin? Yes, we do. Because I need to be able to read the admin access token as well. Remove the privates. Public stays. Looking good. Oh, fuck. Oops. Good. Yeah, now we're looking for public word. This goes, this block. This goes. This goes. Hope I'm not missing anything. Public goes. And here will return nil, I mean. Private. Okay. Can simplify this code, but for now it's looking, it's good enough. Yeah, we have to double this, but I really don't care. Not a big deal, isn't it? Okay. Public, private. And now we can just easily launch identity. I need to start Postman again. Can just do a few quick logins with a root. I have account read, yeah. So now I'm able to get my own account. Oh, sorry, here because I have, yeah, manager. Yeah. And I'm getting an account, perfect. So it's still working, meaning now it's going to be be way more obvious that I'm doing only the public. So it's more explicit, right? There's no magic behind it. Good, says stop identity, Hangar. Okay. Now let's keep building up the configuration for Hangar. We did the app. Now let's go to server. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Server host is going to be the same, and this one, let's put a 100 on top, right? So just to give some padding between these two servers, so we can put anything in between. Okay. Let's oh, no, this one not. And then we'll add Volcanic. Thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate. Anyways, I rename this. And next, need to copy this too. So here's going to be info. Maybe one thing we could differentiate here, we can call it identity log, and this Hangar log. Good. So now we're gonna have also two different logs, and then this stuff is gonna stay the same. Okay, we change the prefix. And we can go up until, no, actually, let's do it all together. And we can do all the configuration. So here is where I don't want the private key for the Hangar. I don't want any of these configurations. Good. So replace the prefix. Good. And now the database, and it's done. So here's where I can call it the database just Hangar, right? Yeah, I think it's good enough. And then yes, like that. So now I'm expecting this to first I need to duplicate the config. Where is it? This one, no? Good. So now the configuration is updated. So I think now it should still fail because this is a good fail because the database Hangar does not exist. But what does this tell us? That it was able to get this configuration. So it's great success, I think, already. Okay. And then what do I do here? I want to, on the run, I'm already actually starting the server. I think I can create the database just very quickly. For now, create database Hangar. I think this will work. Perfect. And so if now I run it again, perfect. Oh, and we have the thing running on port 1100. So if I now go just to hit the localhost, localhost. Yeah, perfect. And so we have the GameHangar in-game server running, and I can at the same time run the GameHangar identity. Okay, one is 0, the other one is 0. And so now also the identity is reachable. So one is in-game and the other one is identity. Good. Good stuff. Good. Before move on, I just want to do a quick fix because it kind of is annoying. In this method, I'm not using this. Can I just remove it? The factor. Okay, we're just gonna break it apart. So this is used in the service. Yeah, so I want to start. What is this? Okay, it's better remove unnecessary parameters. Right. Good. Up. And then we remove this from here. This is just okay, and then identity is going to remove this from here and this from here as well. Before move on, I want to run all the tests. Let's run it again. That's a flaky test. Great success. Perfect. So this runs, and then we have again just run it from here. Good. So I've done a bit of cleanup there. And so what the fuck is happening? What is doing? Change the user account letter on the normal icon. Huh? Why is doing this? Ah. Just a second, I need to log in back up in GitHub, I guess. Right. What the fuck happened? Ah, because I... Oh, okay. I never used this one. Okay. Oh, that's good. I'll check this later. This is what I use normally. So, here, goodbye. Let's quickly check all the changes. Yes, good to go. Good to go. Good to go. Yeah, perfect. So now Hangar service up and running, kind of. Okay. Cause this mess here. So the next logic component, it would be probably create a router. I think this is a good starting point. And so the router is just on the root folder of the application. Yeah, it's gonna pretty much just look like this. And let me copy this, but we remove this too, we don't need. Okay. And then what do we do here? Yeah, we need to start to create a controller as well somewhere. So the Hangar is going to have almost certainly a profile application. Then we need an API package. Inside the API package, we need another router. And yeah, I guess we can have a profile controller as well. So just going to copy very quickly a controller. Right, so this is going to be profile controller. You need the container profile controller. Yeah, looks good. Yes, this looks good as well. Profile controller. Yeah. And now we can create a first method. Get a profile. First, you should be create profile. Yeah, sure. Yeah. This one is good. And then here we can logger C container logger. Yeah. Logger. Wait. Okay, I think it's just low. Yeah, whatever. It's just something is wrong. Oh, because I need the Hangar container, not the profile container. There you go. What? Ah, container. Yep. No, sorry, I need to return this. This was good. This was good. Okay, so I can do a login and then, you know, can just do response, something like that, right? Struct sample string. English will do. Yeah. Message. I think this has to be public like that. Good. Now going back of the router. Okay. So we need some things like this. And then we need a profile controller, new profile controller. And here we need to change the typing container to the actual to the not the interface, but to the actual concrete to the application interface. And then what we can do, let me think. Yeah, let's do this then. Profile is going to be this one. Yeah, so far just this one would do. Handle func. Yeah, fair enough. And then we do and then how do we hooked up the okay, so then we say it's gonna be a bit annoying, but gonna be in the hangar profile and here. So yep. Next. Nothing here. Oh yeah, we need to register past this actual container. A comma. Hold on, how does it? Right, because it's an SM package. Oh, okay. Yes. Perfect. So now, in theory, I have an endpoint in the new application Hangar, accessible via this profile. So, what is it? I need to create a new folder altogether, huh? Not a new request, nope. I want to do add the folder. I don't think so. Want to make it with a rocket so I can easily see. And then profile, a new folder called profile. We can do this now from here. Just going to copy. It's not copying, is it? I think it's fucked. What we can do here is saying, meantime, GameHangar, just like that. So we put the actual, it's 1100, right? So, there you go. Boom. We like that. We like that. And then duplicate. What the hell? Now yes. And now is create profile. Okay. Here we say instead of identity, we hook up the other server. For now, we don't have a real body, but we're just going to use this. Going to be a post, and now we need to check the actual endpoint. So we know it's going to be well. Hold on. Close everything. So API v1. So just literally going to be profile. Yeah, it doesn't need to be longer than that, right? Well, the fact that I get a 404 page not found is already good. Maybe do I need a last... Yeah, perfect. Do I need this? Yeah, I need this for sure. Kind of weird, but okay. So now, yes, this goes into this controller for sure. And if I do okay, as a proof that I'm not lying, and it replied. The difference here is that I need authorization. Basic, hopefully, no, it's basic bearer token, and I just need a normal admin access token. C. Yeah, perfect. So now I'm actually sending the request with a authorization, but it's actually not going to work because what I have to do next, changing in the router. For this, I'm going to copy what I did again because I have a terrible memory. Where I need to create a middleware, right? And this is just for a middleware for a normal player or user. Yep. And then, okay, yes, then we can use this method. Why not? So we wrap a secondary kind of router. So this is the normal profile that everybody can access from. And this one is to be logged in. As a matter of fact, tell you what, maybe this is overkill, but let's do this. We don't need, all these endpoints need to be locked in. There's no public endpoints. It's not. We're not creating Wikipedia. This you need to be locked in. So now, this is locked. You need to be locked in. So let's see if that's correct. Well, now it could work because I have a, yeah, it still works because I have an authorization. But if I remove it, perfect. It's invalid. And actually, what I can do. Say, okay, well, you maybe don't believe you. That's another thing. I can put another thing in here, and it's still not working. I need the actual access token, which will expire in 4 hours. But I mean, it's fresh, so good stuff. Okay, okay, good. So let's just recap what I did. Maybe I close all of this again, so I have a better view. So I added the correct router to my application. created a empty controller for now that does nothing, but these endpoints, they're looking pretty good for now. They're looking pretty good. Basically, I mean, I'm not gonna touch this anymore for now. This also is looking good for quite a bit. What I can do just to I can do already a get profile. Just to have it there. Get profile. Yep, just like that. Get profile. And if I do get though, this is not gonna work. Just like that. Let me see how is that correct syntax. I need a profile ID, right? Do you know what? No. I don't need anything because. And actually, let's use this the same. So I'm getting my profile. It is a standard in like at least video game industry where how it works is that since you're getting me access, you take the access token from the headers. Okay. Here Postman automatically adds an authorization from the headers. So here I have some logic. We extract it. So once we reach here, if you have, you must have a correct access token, valid. And if you do, we are assuming you are the person you've been authorized. So we just give you your account. That's how it works, right? Yeah. So I think I'm happy with that. Should we then rename this? Get me. If we're just doing me. Get profile. Let's call it me. Yeah. That's fine. Okay. So let's start to see if this endpoint actually works. Create profile. Duplicate. Because I'm lazy. Get profile me. Right. The body has to be removed because it's a get request. And yeah, it should just work. Wrong, because this now I'm getting the same. And actually, to be politically correct, we can say answer with the actual endpoint so that we see that we are not hitting the same endpoint, right? So, and for this step, I'm actually done. Yeah. So here I get my profile, get profile me, and I create a profile. Fantastic. Bang, done. So I'll commit this. Yeah, Hangar, profile, create, and get profile controller. No, no logic. Perfect. So I commit. Baby steps. Okay. Now the fun, easy part was done. Now we need to get to the juicy. Thinking. Yeah. So I'll up until now I created this Hangar and profile from this side. Or well, this side, which is the incoming request. So the outside world, and I started to go to this side, and now I start to develop on the other side of the hexagonal, which is the database. So the most internal. So, and after we meet in the middle and we have a future complete feature. Yeah, let's do this. And it's also going to be a little bit more difficult in a way. So let's get the difficult part out of the way. The first thing annoying that I need to fix, it's creating the database and migration. Because at the moment, I don't want to replicate this, even if it's a small amount of code. Or maybe I do want to replicate. Let me think. Because the only thing that this does, it's to embed, right? There's nothing that tells me well, this okay, but this is just a small. What about migrate? Identity. So this is for database migration, right? Fuck it, let's do it. Let's do it. It's gonna be annoying as hell, but so I'm going to change the database to Postgres. I'm going to drop the identity database. Identity. Cool. So we start from blank. I want to check what happens if I move before do this, if the migrate, yeah, it's actually running the migrate identity.go, huh? No, this is the test identity. Okay, so we have this. Okay. Let's duplicate this a moment. What is the package here? Has a main function. Hold on a second. Okay, let's try to work like that. Doing this temp. Okay. Okay. This goes away. What? Multiple packaging directory main. Yeah, okay. It's just gonna be annoying right now to do this, I think. Yeah, okay, let's just forget. Demo, yeah, I just need to replicate it once, really, so it's not a big deal, you know. So I do Hangar. Here. Okay, we do that later. Replace. I want it to be. Okay. Migration. Hangar. Boom. Boom. So we need to rename this as well. Why cannot? Oh, okay. Hangar. Oh. What was I looking for? Change the sound. I don't like this one. So, yep, sure. Hold on, why you did this, man? Why? Okay. This thing became stupid. What the hell? Just okay. Boom, 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 boom. Perfect. Now we go to this uppercase Hangar. What the fuck is doing? He puts random characters. Anyways, everything looks the same. It's a duplicated stuff, but it doesn't matter. Now, yeah, we can keep it initial. Here, I'm gonna call it profile. We delete this, we don't need. Initial. I like this. But I need to make a different schema, huh? Let's also do the storage already. Ask AI to do this for me because I need to create two schemas. Profile, storage. In order for this to work, do I need to modify the above, right? Because I feel it's going just into the public schema. Okay, said okay. Yeah, but okay. Define. Hold on, before move on this, because I'm going to ask the AI to make changes for me. But before move on, I want to save this. I mean, commit so that if it does, I don't want it touches anything else. Oh, migrate DB migration first created based. Something like that. Okay, this is changed. Now I'm going to ask Juni, which is an AI for this IDE, modify the script I gave the SQL I gave you in context so that one creates two new schema, profile and storage. The extensions and triggers are in both new schemas as well as public. Because I'm not quite sure how to do it, so it's just better if I ask it. This stuff AI should be pretty good at it, because things you do only one way. But there's no many other ways to do it. He's cooking. He adds unnecessary comments that didn't ask for, but okay, good. Continue versions. Okay, I don't care about this. Okay, I want to actually see how this works. Oh, yeah. You see, I would have messed up the syntax. I would have to Google it. So you need to give the profile. It's the same as here. Yeah, schema public. Okay. Then you create the two schemas. And could stage if not exist, blah, blah, blah. This and the storage. And this, you create this trigger in each schema. And you drop everything. Oh, wait. Can I say thank you here? No, I can't. Looking good. So, created first migration initial. So I'm just gonna assume that this works. Next, I need to create a profile. But before do that, let's get this out of the hold on. The demo is going to look the same, so because I'm gonna chuck everything in there, but here's going to be Hangar. So need to change the command. Let's go to the next. Oh wait, what is it doing? I don't understand. Oh, okay, good. Good. So now we should go to the Hangar folder and run the migration. In the same time, let me check the databases that I have. I have Hangar. I'm going to drop database Hangar. I think I have a server running, so I need to stop it. It dropped the database, so now I don't have Hangar anymore. So now I can do the migration, and it should just work. Perfect. So now, if I connect to Hangar, I'm connected to Hangar, but I shouldn't have any table. Anyways, okay. Let's connect back to Postgres, and I drop Hangar again. Okay, so now is the difficult part. So creating these tables. Need to think a little bit. So I'm going to copy what I've done here. Actually, not in this, more in this one, because it's going to look very similar to this, but it's going to go into the profile schema. Yeah, let's keep it separate. Oh, you know what? I just changed my mind. We don't create a profile schema. Because the profile schema is going to be used by all the other applications, so it's meant to is implicitly public, something like that. So let's just remove what I did from the profile here, because we're gonna create lots of more profiles. I think this one can go. Yeah, I think this should do. So the profile is going to be public. We still need, so it's going to be a combination of the two. It's going to have its own ID, the account ID, but it's not going to be, it's not going to have any reference because this database does not exist here. Disabled, we keep it. Create update, we keep. And it has to be unique account. And I think that's it. This is just a pointer to the actual account on the identity server. Then I'm going to copy this ugly piece of thing. And instead of account, I replace with profile. Profile, pump. Next, what I need. So this is going to be straightforward and quite trivial. The next thing I need to think a moment is, so from this one, the account is comes from the identity server application. Now we are at the game database, right? At a specific game, we have a profile table, which is going to have a loose reference to this account ID, which is nothing more than a UUID string. But then a profile can have a different character. So a game, you can have different characters. So I need to create this table, which is one too many table. So actually it's not too difficult. So again, I'm going to copy this because it's going to be quite similar. Yeah, I'm thinking. Yeah. Let's also do the, what do you call it, drop if exists like this, no? So these are going to be the to do the migration down, and this we call it character, right? So character, just like that. And when you do the migration down, you go in reverse. So you create profile and character first, and then you drop first this one, and then this one. Done. Big int. Yeah, it has to still be the same, another ID, UUID. We have UUID all over the places. And instead to be account ID, however, it's going to be profile ID. Because the character does not know about the account, okay? On delete, restrict. Tell, no, Johnny, no, just a chat. Tell me all possible on delete. Because what I want to do, if someone tries to delete the profile, I don't want to cascade anything. Prevents it to the parent row if a row shall exist. No action, cascades. No. Yeah. And I just thought. They should be restrict as well, huh? Now that I'm thinking. Yeah. What about this one? On delete. Yeah, this is good. Like that. Yeah, this is good. Okay, anyways, we added the character right now, which we have our own ID, a profile ID. I don't think here we need a disabled. We don't want to have a unique, but yes, we do want a index. So I'm going to copy with the documentation I've written earlier, just to see the syntax to create an index. Yep, just looking good. Character, profile ID. Easy peasy. Okay, so we're ID, profile ID. This is where I have a question to myself. This is where I think we do need a username again, but this is an in-game username, right? And here, you could make a unique username or duplicate, and this it's up to the game logic to know if your username inside the game, especially multiplayer, it's unique or not. So for now, let it open. No, let's make it unique, because likely you want a logic. It's going to be a bit more difficult to do. But let's make it unique. And we also do this username length. Okay, I want this below though. There we go. Between 4 and okay. Unique username, check username length, blah blah blah. Do I want anything else from the character? No. So I think actually I'm pretty good. It's not too difficult. Oh yeah, I want another of this Irish thing. Just going to replace. Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's see if I can format the file. All right. Perfect. So let's see. There's an error. Okay, so there is a problem here on the... Again, every time I do it. I think I have a problem like here. It shouldn't... There's a... Yeah. So here is a missing thing. So I copied embed. Begin end. Begin end. Begin end. Okay. Okay, let's do it again. Drop the database. Perfect, it works. And so if I do connect to Hangar and list the tables, beautiful. Fair enough. Fantastic. So right now I created the data. Why so many things to commit here? Yeah, I removed. Yeah. Immigration created table schemas. Next, I think I want to add some demo data to this. So gonna be a bit annoying. It's okay, let's do this. Then I'm gonna create another package called identity. This is gonna be annoying, huh? But okay. Yeah. So on the demo, okay, and here as well on the okay. Okay, here I'm going to duplicate it. We call it Hangar. Yeah, again, I need to do everything like that. Doc Hangar. And you know, identity small, Hangar small. That's it. Okay. For the Hangar one, I just going to have one, and we say profile and characters. Slightly complex. Actually, I want to call it profile and character. What the hell? Ah, civic. Okay, so maybe I have an idea. We're going to use these three IDs as account IDs. Can I? Well, I'll check this in a moment, but just want to grab these two demo data as well, put on the side. Okay. It was configured to ID. Show me how to create a variable in a PostgreSQL file. Yeah, I think I used this, right? This, yeah. Let's do this. Then I need to do this, which is for the migration system. And yeah, I need this. So what I'm gonna do, just to create a reference of this, so that I could put a name on this 3 UUID. Perfect. Begin, declare. I want to have this syntax a little bit better. Right. Perfect. So now I'm gonna add all my stuff in there. Additionally, I created this my computer is blowing up, but I want to call this an admin because this is going to be just do that. Admin is an admin account with all permissions, and it has a profile to this game. And let's also do the root one. Right. Root. Okay, something like that. It's just for the demo data, obviously. Perfect. Now let's see what's our table looking like. What I want to do for each one of these 4 or 5, need to create a profile. I need to start to close some items here just a sec, because my computer is slightly complaining. Right. Insert into value. Come on, value. This is where I can start to add values. Then I add a double column or column, I don't know. Insert into blah blah blah, and then the tables. Yeah. The ID. We generate a random ID? No, we don't. Okay, I need 5 new UUID. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So I'm gonna use this in a moment. So what do I need here? I need ID, account ID, disabled, just in case I want to debug this as well. We don't have any logic now to handle disabled, but we may have. Good. So now, you know what I also want? Let's do now create variables for profile account 1 UUID 2 and 3, and then all the 2. And I'm gonna copy the IDs. Okay, let's go. So I want to, the reason why I'm doing this is that, as I did initially, right, with all this stuff, with the demo data, we have some predictable UUID. So I keep using a pre-created, I keep using those. And it's, as you can see, helpful because now I keep reference using the same UUID. On the real database, this stuff is going to be created randomly, and it's going to be used this, right? So the server, the Postgres server will create it for us. We don't have to create this stuff manually. But of course, then they will reference each other using the created one. So it's not like, anyways, first profile, what is it? It is profile account 1. It's a profile of, actually, let's rename this. I don't want profile 1. So it's not, does not have the account word, and it's a bit more readable. So profile 1 of account 1. False for disable. Easy, we just do this now. 3. What did I do? Yeah, thank you. I couldn't, okay. Profile root with a root and admin with profile admin. Boom. So right now it's complaining because Golang does not know yet about the database table profile. As a matter of fact, this is an entire different database, not even identity. Next, characters, and this is where we're gonna have fun because let's do it. We still do the ID manually, just to able to reference them later. Username, that's it. You're almost done for this, because I need to hurry up a little bit because I'm going too super slow. Nice. Now, I tell you what, let's do something even better. Let's start to put them nearby. Because so we have a visual clue of what's going on a little bit better. As a matter of fact, these two, the admin and oh no, I want a profile for them as well. It's a bit of data, but venga, let's do it. So account test is going to have 3 characters, okay? Oh man. Fuck's good. Oh, 1 car. Let's do this. I'm going to create 3 random UUID. Perfect. I'm gonna copy these 2, these 3, 2 and 3. Not sure if I'm overusing a UUID, to be honest, but okay. This just gonna have 1, all right? Profile 2, character 1. So I get a few more UUID. Okay. This gonna have 2. Just why not? 3, 1 and 2. Okay. It's almost done. Okay. Root profile. This I want to have a different name altogether. Different format. And share admin. So create 2 more UID. We should be good to go. Perfect. Now we need to create a character. Yeah. Profile 1, account 1. It's 3 root admin. Okay. So what do we want here? We want the ID, which is going to be, it's the new created ID, and the profile ID, profile 1. Let's make it a bit. Let's ask AI. Given this, the prof char once are create a random username in a video game context for each. I could have just asked to create a bunch of username. There we go. There we go. Yes. Whatever. Shadow Viper, Nova Rift. Why not? But let's give a just to know that we are referencing profile 1, character 1, 2, and 3. And this is to just be a little bit more realistic. And then, so we just do this now. All right. Good. Next. This one is gonna have 1. This one is gonna have 2. 1 and 1. Remove the comma. Let's go copy the next usernames. Blaze Spirit is going to be profile 2, character 1, Blaze Spirit. Profile 3, character 1 and 2. Going to have Arcana Float. This one's going to be root and admin. All right. Good. Let's just hook up with the correct information. So this is going to be profile 2. This character. This profile 3. Character 1. Character 2. Profile root. Root profile. Root should be character. Okay. And profile admin. This should work, right? This should work. Okay, I dropped the database. Now I do. I recreated, but I need to. I need to do this now. Okay. Because now demo has 2 folders, right? Actually, okay. It's not a big deal, actually. I should do. Not sure if we will fail because I still have the identity data, but did I drop the identity database? Maybe I did. I did. No, I did. Fuck. So, let me think. Let's just do migrate up. So I can run this in one go without run 2000 commands every time. Yeah. This should be upside down though. First Hangar and then identity down. Right, so that's wrong. But I still have because I dropped identity instead of Hangar. Hunger toilets. Okay. Make a GitHub. And now demo up. Nice. Yeah, this should look. Yeah. Okay, the relation account does not exist. I messed up somewhere, huh? Perfect. This I didn't remove this. Fine. Let's start from the beginning. Actually, let's try this. Will it work? Okay. So let's see what happens if I do connect to Hangar database. Tables. Select all from profile. I can put this to be high. Yes. Fuck. Doesn't matter. And character. Now it's just not very readable from the DB. When you look at a profile by itself. But it's okay. I mean, you're not gonna recognize who is who without. You need to add the UUID. It's not readable. It's okay. It's okay. It's not meant to be read by humans. So fine. Next thing I want to do. Do I want to connect? Do I want this to be to read also Hangar? Let's do it. I think it's all schemas, right? Let's see if we can just read. And so it means I want to rename this. This should just work now. But yeah, I want to read that from Hangar. And indeed now is able. See, the red is gone. So I want to rename this a second because we call it GameHangar identity. Okay, yeah, just yeah. Perfect. So we are done with this. Okay. Yes. Perfect. So it may just work. So this is done. Is kind of annoying work, but not annoying. It's cool, but now repository and the service. I'll take 2 minutes pause, and I'll come back in a sec. Don't know how long I will stay. I think I may end up the stream soon, but let me just do a little bit push and we move on. We work on the profile now. Let's go do the repository. I'm gonna open on my side the repository account and test, so I can take inspiration from. So we need some setup for make this work. Okay. So I want to. I need. I only need a account ID. I think. Let me see another repository from the auth. Yeah, so I want this format, yeah. Just for the naming convention, then anything. So we need context dot context db database dbtx get create and get. Yeah, it's an account ID. Yep. It's because it is the AI is reading from the other repository I have. I have a pretty clear pattern that I keep just repeating. And now what it's doing, this is wrong though. Not the factory, I need the actual interface, which is going to error out because these methods are not implemented. I'm not giving the return, right? The return of the create account it's going to be a string. Yeah, sure. Let's give a pointer of a string so we can return null and error. Here's going to. We need to create a profile. Adjective to D, disable, create a plate. Profile error. Yeah. Now we need to implement these two methods, right? Also want to open the credential repository for later. Right. So okay. And now all the errors are gone. Let's hook up the container. Not the okay, this one, yes. We have a new container. So we do credential rep. Okay. Return. And the app container. Yeah. Profile repository. We need to profile the factory. Yep. Next. This is a bit an annoying setup, but kind of necessary. App dependencies. Profile repository. Yeah, we hook up the factory, and then okay. Next, in the dependency defaults, we give the concrete implementation of the new profile the concrete factory or provider. Then we pass it in the app dependencies for the and here we need to implement this. So profile repository returns interface of profile repository. Okay, that seems about right. GameHangar. Perfect. Now if we do from the controller, even if it, yeah, it's fine. Okay. And now getting still works, and it will, log the struct. Good. Let's commit this. Profile repo base created. So we can just skip, pretty much just repeat the same process, right? Yeah, I mean, we just need the same logic here. So const query, and then no, just don't autocomplete everything, mate. Don't autocomplete everything. Jesus, what are you doing? Stop. Right, you set it to profile. Just need account to be. I think I need to stop this value, no? Show me an insert statement in Postgres meant for one single column. Go row, really. Yeah, it is value, not value. It's always values. Okay, that's why. And returning ID text. Insert into profile values turning ID text. Yep. Now this is annoying because choose the schema. Hangar. Yes. I'm just going to copy. Okay. Okay. That's it. This should do. So without further ado, just copy the here as well. So it's going to look a little bit different because it's going to be ID text, okay, account text as well. Check one thing. On the repository, let me just select. No, I don't cast this as EID. Okay, 5 from profile. In this case, we don't select from ID, we select from account ID. And then we're going to return copy paste this. We're going to say profile here. Duplicate on the right. I just had an idea, but anyways, disable, create, right. Okay. And this is going to be profile. Now, create, get, I want to rename this to create profile me because I'm creating my own profile. Good stuff. Unit test. It's just better. We go straight to the unit test from the get-go. Okay. So the way we name this, oh. Yeah, it's fine. Func test. Create profile. Yep. Keep parallel. It's going to be a map of string of structs, which then going to have this, it's going to have this, and then it's going to have this. Then we're going to have no, it's going to be ID because this is how I decide to name things. This is going to be a TT. Going to have right. This is going to be for get profile. So for now we don't work on this. All right. What did I do here for? Actually, let me copy also from repository permission test because this was one of the latest tests I created, so it was pretty damn good, I think. Indeed, so this was creating this on the top. This is also going to be created on the top. Okay. So what I need here is resource created. Account ID is going to be one string. Expected a string. From error expected. Something like that. Test unit. Yep. Expected. What's this? Okay. Then how do we set up this? So we have what box can? Error values. Error thrown. Expected. Okay. Mock pool. Mock row. We do anything, and this is going to be pretty much a copy of this, right? Okay. We need to create a connector, mock connector. Then repo. Profile, new, profile repository. It should just do. I just copy. Create profile. I don't have the context. Just copy the context. Underscore ID. So it's not complaining. Let's see if it works. Yeah, of course it works. No, it's still two or more error. Test. OnDB duplicate. OnDB error any. So in the duplicate results, expected is going to be this. You just the type of error, just rename this. Next, it's going to be more similar to this one. OnDB error any, mockDB error. Hold on, what? Do test RDB generic, maybe. Yeah. Yes. I'm just gonna copy this for the time being, for sure it's wrong. So, and then just copy what I do here. Yeah, because I need a query row. See what I do in a permission. Oh, I don't know. Oh no, I do have. Hold on. I'm not sure. let's do this then. Profile. Okay. One, two, three. Yeah. That is it. Oh yeah, I do need module to values. Okay, let's do this, man. We need a pointer of this. Okay, they expected us to be okay. Got it. And so I need count ID, disable. Okay. Yeah. Now I'm gonna fix this in a sec. Okay. The connector. Going to copy the repo here. And just copy the rest. Error return is going to be error expected. This is going to be get profile. Okay. And last but not least. So here I just need to create two type of records. I need to create an account, but what we're gonna do instead, how we call this, count account, so, alright. Profile, okay, profile test 01. It's going to be a pointer of profile. Yep. And the account ID, I think, right, going to be the same here. Okay. It's very annoying to do all of this. Okay. Fine. Fantastic. Next, record it is not found. Is not found. What do we do here? Account ID, okay. Expect that it's a nil. And we want this to error to happen. Fantastic. Emotion, full of emotions. It's gonna error out this flaky test, yeah? Okay. What is this error? Error recreate account demo data. Let me maybe suppress this error because maybe I don't need it. There is some race condition during the error. Hold on. Error recreate account demo data. Do I have a log here? Log. Hold on. So to just I want to run it a few times. Is this the error that continuously errors out? I think there is some other race conditions. This is another integration test. This some flaky test is very annoying. Okay, but there is less error now. So press reset db errors. Okay. Because I think this has to be done once per test. I think dropping in recreate the database each time, it's kind of heavy as well. So yeah. Profile repository plus tests. Now, what's gonna missing? Let's close everything. File repository. So I could create another repository for the characters, but I think it's overkill right now. I'm creating so many repositories all over the places, and they're so tightly coupled, right? I think I'm gonna, for now, just put the character here. So let's get into it. As I said, the character has a similar relation to the account to the profile. So I can create a new character, get character. And I think it's better I already list the character. Okay, this is the table. Yeah, let's get into it. Yeah. Right, so let's create the interfaces. For a username, it's gonna be a string. Created, updated sometimes. Get character, and then we're going to list character. Still by profile ID. We're not going to return the pointers from this one. List character is going to be a slice. List characters. Now just list character in a singular form. So what we need is return nil for now. And then we just copy this guy 2 more times. Okay. Repository permissions. I want to check one thing when you do the list. No, you need to have yeah, zero allocation. Good. So for now we do oh, you know what? I do need a new like a params New count character type new character. It's going to be a struct where we have a profile ID and a username. That's it. Func. P of parameter. Validate. Turns an error. Return nil. If strings trim space yep, it's the same. And so okay. Okay, you can get the character. I'm thinking, yeah. Let's not leak the account ID. Alright, so here we have a character where profile ID equals to profile ID. And the character has ID, profile ID, and username. Yep. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns. However, here it's not going to be profile, it's going to be character. And then we say profile ID and username. Yeah, so we're done. Good stuff. Next is where. Oh, hold on. This is going to look more like this one. However, this is going to be changed sooner because we need to have multiple. Other set of thoughts. Yep. I just had a thought. Actually, it's not a problem because at the moment the unique is username. It could have been profile and username, right? But forget about this. Let's do this. And username equal hot username. Username string, and therefore we say, right, so this is going to be one query now for now, for sure. So it's the correct way to do it. And then, so get character right now needs this. Yep, let's go to the implementation. This is not is correct. What is not correct is the list character because I need to select many. I'm checking the permission, right? So select many. Now we're gonna change a bit how things is done. Okay, it's gonna look like that. Okay. For now, let's do this. Return models. It should return nil here. No, I just noticed. Right, because okay. Because in the permission I kind of do a soft error, right? I don't want the thing to block during okay, during validation. I didn't. Yeah, you know what I mean. So profile. Yep. So the query looks almost like this, but it's going to take all the profile ID because all the character of your profile. Load characters for profile. We don't log anything here. We left the service. If he wants to error out, it will error out by itself. Okay, so now what we need to next is to actually say this. For rows next, then model var model, it's a character. If R is not rows scan, we're going to loop. Whoop. If error is not nil, hold on. The error is defined. What the fuck? What is the problem? What the hell is? Hmm. Annoying. What the hell is going on here? Second. Why? Oh, yeah. It's not a pointer. Actually, yeah, this is the correct way. And actually, here as well, I want to return the same. Yep. Okay. Next, just let's do the test for this as well, very quick. I want to spend all day for this. Man, almost done. Just kind of repeat the same, you know. Start to get a little bit repetitive, but that's what I get. No, it's better be safe, better safe than sorry, as they say, right? So what do I need here? I'm creating a character. Okay, I need to create an additional layer where I want a character ID test. Okay. So with this new logic, what do I want? Here I don't want any more. Actually, I need params, which are going to be profile new characters. Params are going to be Yeah, it's to be a. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Add on duplicate resource. So we're just gonna copy this guy. Copy this guy. Three bottoms. Three bottoms. I need to difference it. Difference it, no? What? Ah. Let's see if it works. Unexpected method call. Query row, the closest to F. Oh yeah, that's right. Because it's going to be humor. Okay, and then profile ID. See, it's kind of annoying, but it's better to have this around. Perfect. This is not not too long, but still. Fly. Next, I need to get a character. What's the logic gonna be? Here now I need a profile ID and a username. Test username, profile ID, string, username. Okay. And what I got expected is going to be character test. I think it's going to be this character. And here we're gonna do this. And this is gonna be character ID, profile ID, username. The T profile ID, DT username. Yep, because it's a good character. Right, that's it. Very good. So, see that something is not failing. Stupid integration test. And that was weird. Error. Good. Let's do this, die. Almost done. And then I think I'll end the stream. And then what records are found under this test. Records are not found on error query or on. Okay. Stop until here. Account ID. Yep, this is good. This goes. Expected. Right, cool. Oh, here we need to do already one string, 2, 3. All right. Then in the row, what I need to do is do the following. GUID 1. Looking good. Looking good. It's looking good. Next. If this should just work, I need to make some modifications. Here I don't need this crop anymore. This neither. I don't even need the context, no? Well, maybe yes. Right. Query. So the query and then I'm saying da 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 da, and the yep, that is gonna be much simpler. We're gonna say okay. What is the problem? Oh. Fine. Next. I'll do this. Will it work? Come on. It works. Fantastic. So, a record are not found. There is no real errors, but what it's telling me is that the rows and expected, yeah, it's going to be an empty array. But there's no errors, but they're just simply not found. Next, an error query. We're going to return. So the error code is going to be a generic database error. No. And here we will show that we try to return something, but something got wrong. So it's not like we didn't have data. We had data. Copy paste. Come on, man. It's this bloody AI. Okay. Not DB error. What? Let's see if it works. Expected need, but got on. Last, and we are done. Now, here what we need to do on the scan and nil thing, and this should do. Perfect. Done. You're gonna have to do integration test, but I'm gonna do another day. This is just a fluky test, you know. 342 tests in less than a second. Good. Fantastic. So I'm gonna end the stream